Woo! Now we're on the tube. Take that, Restream. Oh, I am still using that as well. Suppose I should try and pay attention to my Twitch, Kick and YouTube chat. I'm not, wait, am I, okay, my. So let's see. Am I still streaming? Okay. I'd love your stream, to join your streams whenever you're streaming. Add me on Discord, my name, what? Stranger danger? Friend? Otherwise I would. The people pleaser in me would love to, but no, I'm just not doing that right now. Excuse me. So what are we gonna do tonight? I have no idea.
Smell, smell, smell. Smell, smell, smell.
Hello, Fletch. I have wonderful news.
What have we here? Have we here?
Renzo got Fellowship of the Ring on the background. And my axe. So you know what scene it is. And I figured out a way, knock on wood, but I figured out a way to multi-stream to YouTube and Kick, as well as DLive and Twitch, without paying for things that you didn't used to have to pay for. So we'll see how this goes. If it does me any good. But channel growth has been pretty slow. Then again, the amount of effort I put into the streams has been minimal at best. But I've got the audio doing better. I got my play a little bit better. So it will be the fellowship of the streams. I don't know. Where are we going? Who the fuck knows? I don't know where we're going. I don't know what we're doing tonight. I don't know what we're doing tonight.
When will you be putting maximal effort into your stream? When will you be putting maximal effort into your stream?
Probably never. Unless I got like an email from God telling me to do so. If I'm putting maximum effort in my streams, that means that I'm not putting any effort. I don't have the capacity to do everything. If I'm doing maximum capacity on the stream, not capacity, maximal effort on stream, there's not going to be any energy left for like a real career. Not that this isn't a real career, but like
Did you get an AI job?
Did I get
an AI job?
I'm on some projects right now, but like it's all contracting work. So no, I do not have I am still looking for full-time employment. But I'm throwing out applications out there, at least a couple, a few each week. So hopefully eventually something will happen. But in the meantime, yeah. Actually, I came up with a prompt idea for pretty much a project that pays a decent amount if you can come up with a good prompt. But like it's difficult, especially when like I don't know. For example, I don't have any experience with looking at data, deciding what statistical tests to use to analyze it, and then interpreting that. I know the foundation stuff, not off the top of my head, but I've learned it. And, you know, but that's that, and actually, I probably don't have to tell you. I don't know what it is you do, but I mean, like, it's just one of those things where you need to get some experience, but unless you're a genius. But there's some people out there that are just genius. Not fair, but that's okay. Life isn't fair. There's some people out there with lots of money. I was thinking that to myself, dude, if I had money to just pay for all the subscriptions I wanted, oh my gosh. And then I'm like, man, wish I was a rich kid. Then I could have my subscriptions paid for, and that would make finding my own source of income a lot easier. But that's okay. No pain, no gain. Yes. However, I don't know. I'm really starting to appreciate the importance of having resources to help you put yourself in a position where you can accumulate more resources and maintain your current resources. Very good. But anyway, hi Rez, welcome, welcome.
Are you on Kick too?
I am on Kick
Are
at the
you on
moment.
Kick too?
I am on Kick at the moment. Yes, indeed. Oh, and we have had two people who are. What's my Discord?
Hello.
Red Hot. My Discord. Oh,
What's your Kick name?
my Kick
What's your
name
Kick
is
name?
Renzo Scriber. It's all Renzo Scriber, except on YouTube. YouTube, it's not Renzo Scriber. It is. Warning, the stream's current bit rate is 20 blah 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 is lower than the recommended bit rate. We recommend that you use the bit rate of blah 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 blah. Uh-oh. Oh, and Morts! Hello, Morts! Yeah, we have activity on the other streams. However, Kick and YouTube, that chat isn't linked to my DLive Twitch chat. So, I'm going to need to pay attention to chats and get used to that. Very good, very good. Let's see. Let's do the Discord as well. Wait, hold on, y'all. Does anybody know? Anybody mind reminding me what are good Discord channel safety good practices? Hold on, my friend, hold on. I'm still figuring all this out. Even though I've been streaming for like over half a decade. I'm just trying to be a little bit more responsible. But, let's see here. My main practice is I am the only person who can make Discord invites in my own Discord. Okay, I like that. And I don't post a link to it anywhere, so I know everyone who is there, I invite them. Actually, yeah, no, that's why, well, it's been a bit since I've been on my Kick channel. But that's, yeah, why I don't have Discord links on any of my channels. Not that I know of, anyway. Not that I can think. Well, let's put the Discord link up, because we got, we might as well. What the fuck? Let's see here. Invite. And also making, like, invite links that, what's the word I'm thinking of, are, or no, they automatically deactivate. Let's see here. Streamer mode. I just want to invite people. Copy. All right, here we go. We got Kick. Now we got And then we got, well, YouTube and Twitch. All right. Very good. What are we doing? What am I doing? Take one more smoke, and hopefully I'll think of something to say by the end of that. Okay, y'all. I told myself I wasn't going to do this. But high res is on. And in the spirit of high res vibe, we could go and look at Qiskit coding, which is and by the way, when I say this, I mean like bare minimum novice rookie, like yeah, rookie level. Just playing around with quantum circuit stuff. And hopefully maybe one day understanding an actual quantum algorithm. Still not at that point in my, I don't know if I ever will be, but maybe one day. At this point, I just want a job. But you know what? It uses linear algebra and stuff. It's not complete. Even if I never make use of any of this, I'm still exercising neurons that I intend to use at some point in life. So there we go. Now I was all ready to do OBS, not OBS, playing a game, video game, but yeah. Got the Raspberry Pi. Me neither. Me neither. You know, it's another thing that I still don't understand well. General relativity. I've never even gotten to a point where I've sat through a derivation of the field equations. Hate to say it, but just even the word field equation intimidates me. Sort of gravitating here more on, than on DLive. Yeah, well, you know, everyone keeps telling me to go over to Kick, and everybody keeps telling me to go over to Kick, and DLive sucks. And I don't know. I'm sentimental, and I feel sad just saying goodbye to DLive friends. So what I decided to finally do was figure out if there was a way to multi-stream for free while I was walking the dog tonight. That's what happened. Now we're here. No, I did listen. I have done some stream upgrading. I've not put in my maximal effort with streaming, but I did put some effort. And I intend to continue. We haven't even mentioned the Finding Nico Wednesday stuff, which honestly kind of got me motivated to go and up my game a little bit, I suppose. Anybody want to know about Finding Nico Wednesday? If anyone has any questions about Finding Nico Wednesday, please ask. What am I looking for? My mind. That's what I'm looking for. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Oh, you know what we can do? This. Watch this. I don't feel like we need a BRB. No, that's a bit like. But yeah. Uh, Finding Nico. Finding Nemo is the reason, like, that's one of the honestly, the title is a little bit subversive given the context, but, it just sounds so, catchy because of the Finding Nemo. So Finding Nemo is kind of plays a role. Finding Nemo. Alrighty. Here we go, y'all. Do do. Hopefully one day I'll actually hook this thing up to, like, I don't know, a circuit board or something and do something cool as far as Raspberry Pis go. Use a plugin for OBS to Oh yeah. Is it ATEM? That is what I'm using right now. Yep. When I was walking the dog, I went and I Googled, is there a way to stream to more than 3 or more channels for free? I do but once, not sure if 3 would work okay. Restream does 2 at once. Actually, I'm on 4 total because I'm having Restream. Multi-stream me to Twitch and DLive. And that just counts as one output. And then I have the ATEM multi-stream stuff going to Trovo and YouTube. Not Trovo, I mean Kick. And I'm wondering if I shouldn't, I don't know. I hate to like say this because I used to like really adamantly not watch these sorts of videos, but maybe I ought to watch a tutorial on how to stream on. Oh, I'm old. That's okay. Not that old. Old enough though, so I'd have to go watch a tutorial about streaming Twitter, not Twitter. Well, that too, honestly. All of them, really. I used to be like, nobody's gonna tell me how to stream. Now I'm older and wiser, and I'm like, dude, A, you're an idiot. And B, it actually has some useful advice. That doesn't even, it's not even about, nobody's trying to tell you what to do, Renzo. I don't know. I have issues. Sometimes I get oppositional defiant against things that don't even exist. Hard to keep track of more than rats. Yeah. Well, we'll see how this goes. I have my windows side by side. Oh, and thank you for following VA Bay RDE. And welcome to the Scriber Experience. And thank you for your follow, High Res. You've been at the Scriber Experience. Woo! Oh, mine. This is no mine. It is a. What am I looking for? Thank you for your patience, everybody. Actually, you know what? I want to get to 75 followers, then you can add subs and stuff. Oh, I will? Okay, okay. We'll see what happens. You know what? I'm putting my BRB on. It'll help me concentrate. I can't handle the Hawthorne effect.
Yo, Miss Scriber. Yo, Miss Scriber.
Hey, Russian Asset, what's up?
Long time no see.
Yes,
Long time
indeed.
no see.
How have you been? All right, let's see. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Well, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. What's that mean? Blame yourself.
Life, people. Life, people.
Well, yeah.
Ups, downs. Ups, downs.
Yeah, it does that. It does that. Well, any take-home messages? That my can increase productivity, often resulting in temporary improved productivity. Dude, I feel like I have the opposite thing happen. I feel like I have to like perform, and the pressure makes me nervous, and that makes my brain glitch, so to speak. It works on DLive and also on Twitch. All right, let's see. Copy. Hold on, I have a question. Does anybody know if I accidentally had my IP address displayed on the screen, would that be a security risk issue? Should I make sure that doesn't happen? Or does anybody know? I realize that might sound like a stupid question. But I'm learning a lot of this stuff as I go.
Playing games from my GrabTap page helps support the stream and earns you points for rewards. Check it out, backhand index pointing right. Playing games from my GrabTap page helps support the stream and earns you points for rewards.
It does?
Check
What
it
is
out,
this?
backhand index pointing right.
What is this? Huh. Must have been something I set up about. Must have been something I set up and forgot about. Slightly intrigued, but grab tap. Ah, ignore that, y'all. I don't think that that's any. Unless you don't want to ignore it, but like don't click on it on my account. I need to disable that bot. All right, I'm almost done. All right, here we go. I have good connection. Okay, sure. Sure. Why that's so delayed? I don't get it. I just don't get it. All right. All right. We don't need well, ooh. But then I won't be able to see the other chats. Oh, I know what I can do. All right. here we go. Is that better? Very good. Okay. That's okay. It happens. Oh. Yes, we do. Huzzah! Thank goodness. Thank you for letting me know that. I could have streamed for the whole entire rest of the time before I'd notice. Or I might just never noticed. Wonder if I've ever done that. I'd be surprised. Who are we looking at? We are looking at simple linear regression. Does anybody know what a linear regression is? That's just a question. Obviously, it was a question. Well, linear regression, long story short, is a best fit line through a series of data points with two, no, it doesn't have to just variables, however many variables. However, once you get past 3 dimensions, it's difficult to visualize everything, but still, let's see here. What is this going to do? Predicted exam score for someone who studied 10 hours, 80. Wow. I love it. I absolutely love it. Let us Oh, y'all can't see the whole entire I was typing. That's what I just typed in. I don't see Qiskit on here, unfortunately. What is this for? I can't remember. Not this one. This one. Doors are no more use here. There it is. Oh, wow. So this is what we originally had. And here is our updated version. Beautiful. So you see how this is the data? And then pretty much, how's the linear regression done again? You pretty much use the statistical data of all the data points, and you use different parameters in order to construct what you call a line of best fit. This line right here. And what ends up happening is end up with line of best fit. Concept I've never heard of and will never get. Just a class. Oh, Lord. And say hi to Germany for me. How are y'all over there? I'd also avoid. Oh yes, real names. Don't want to do that. Something. Let's do another. Let's think of another one. What can it do? Kid on here? I don't think this will work. Oops. No, wait. I wanted to talk to the AI. Oh wow, you can use it in here. Ah, very good. Well, yeah, we're not going to do that then. You need to think of a way to be able to do the Qiskit stuff and stream it, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Python visualizer, what does that do? Memoization to optimize the recursive Fibonacci. What is this? Optimization technique. Oh, primarily used to speed up computing. Well, isn't that fun? What the fuck is memoization? I'm not gonna do that right now. I see JavaScript. I'm like, no, thank you. Something I'm interested in. I'm completely I'm a little bit out of my element here. But what was it called? It was called was it why do I think it was called Mojo? Yeah, it was okay. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even fully understand what this is. I think I did for like 10 minutes the other night and then I forgot. But honestly, I hate to say it, but they have nice visuals, so I'm intrigued. 2.5 cost savings with fastest text speech model ever. We could make a chatbot. That's what I want to do. I wanted to make a chatbot for this that reacts to my voice and the chat. It'd be like having an AI guest, regular guest or co-host. But I don't know. I've tried to do it before. I want to say I failed But I got to a point where I was like, I'm not gonna torture myself anymore trying to make this app or chatbot or whatever happen. We're currently hiring. Probably am not. Build amazing things. Max graphs. I like graphs. Oh yeah, I was doing this the other night. I don't know. Staging computation graphs. What they mean by computation graph? They just mean what my definition, or is it something? Oh no, I know it's something that is not something that I don't want to go there. I see 1 + 1 = 2, and it, there's a lot of work that went into that. That indicates that I'm not trying to do that unless I had to, unless forced. What is this? A PyTorch. See, honestly, I need to learn more about PyTorch. Anybody have any experience with PyTorch? JavaScript. Code Sandbox. PyTorch. Sandbox? What is this? Oh, I got Code Sandbox mixed up with something else. Nice. PyTorch. You know what we ought to start with, actually? Kernel is a small matrix, also known as a filter, used to apply mathematical operation on image. No. Not trying to think about image filtering. Uh, Kernel is a matrix of weights that are multiplied with the input to extract. Extract what? Oh, I see what there's. A filter, however, is a concatenation of multiple kernels. Kernel assigned to a particular channel of the input. Filters are always one dimension more than kernels. All right, have fun, Morts. Take care. I don't know how long I'll be streaming. Hopefully a while. Let's see. You. Oh.
Your
What
hair
is
looks
this?
nice this evening.
Oh, thank
Your
you.
hair looks nice this evening. How
Hello,
are you?
Hello, Deaf
How are
Finger.
you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself? Just chilling over here. Uh, PyTorch offers domains. Blah de blah. Oh, library. Okay. Ooh. Torch Vision datasets module. Dataset objects. World Vision data. We use fashion data. Torch Vision dataset includes argument target trend. Modify the samples effectively. Modify samples and labels. I don't know. My God. Loading models. Wonder if we can't think of a good exercise for. I don't know. PyTorch. Older one. About the basic sensors I measure. Sensors specialized data structured by very simple ways and made. PyTorch we use outputs of 1,000 models parameters. Are similar. Yep, that or other specialized hardware. ND right away at home. Audible. Not follow along in the quick I walk through. My God. We're not doing that right now. Silver. Ew. Can't help it. I'm gonna look up ND array. Let's look up what we can look up. I love their art website. What is this? Already have I don't want to log into my account. Try this one. Where is their website? Okay, this is Debbie Chev. God. That's cool. And I would have to sit down and really, I don't even know. The shadow Schrodinger equation. Esim, but run. Okay, I don't even know that. Looking for something that like interests me that is like super. What is G? Barren Plateau. Uh, cost function. What was the cost function? Something involved in what exactly was cost function. Remember? I have it written down somewhere. What is this? Where is it? There it is. Machine learning. But now I remember.
No, I have the cost function. It's somewhere in my head and somewhere in my notes. Where's my... Ew! Oh shit, I just realized something. Actually, I'm gonna keep my thought to myself right there. It was something about Lord of the Rings, but you know what? I might just be high. Where is it? There it is. Where? Why can't I find a proper definition of the cost function? Oh, that's the thing you're trying to minimize. Cost function is what you're trying to minimize. Then when it gets to try minimize it enough. Never mind. I was get back. Can't think of what I want to say, or I can't articulate what I want to say quite yet. Cost function for the entire training set is the average of cost functions for each individual training set. Huh. Assumptions. Written as an average. Blah 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 blah. Oh my gosh. Yep. Something about error being minimized. Error. Error. Uh, I realize y'all can't see what I'm looking at. And you know what? I'm gonna change that in just a What in the world did I just look at? Make sure to provide visual. Let's see if it comes up with anything that's like, hey, we can sanity check and that's insightful. Oh, that's the cost function is the mean squared error. We're using the Fibonacci sequences training data. Produce visual. 1. Data and learned linear fit. But that's, I guess we're not using linear regression for that. Cost versus iteration. Cost, color, and theta path. Feature matrix with bias term. To do, what is this? That. That is. Ooh, I know it'll help me. So out of it right now. Ugh. I don't know what this is. Guess this is what the fit that the model made, or the linear fit. Cost. Oh, and this is, I guess, the curve for the cost function that was used. Train the data. I think I said that right. I don't know if that last part was right. Dog just farted. Uploading. Ooh, that's actually a great deal. It's still not very great. What? I was on a roll too. Oh well. Boo. Wanted to do versus Not work. So I don't know what's that. Nope, that's not what I want to do. This is a nice little website. Oh yeah, that's what right at. Not trying to do that. This. There they. What was surprised I said that I remembered. Let's see here. What do we got? Oops. Very fun. Very fun. You know what? I really ought go and code this up myself and put it in my own. Try to analyze it. Very good. What is this? That's cool. I remember this. Oh, Excel. Oh, that's fun. Life expectancy. Image process. Wouldn't have done. I don't know why I thought I did. Nice. Regression model. I have no idea what. Oh, that's cool. I love it. Oh, we already looked at that. Did I just click on the same thing twice? Oh. Okay, okay. No, I didn't, but now I just did. That's okay then. Query the download the CSV. Yes. My dog farted again. Already looked at that. Oh yeah, that wasn't happening. Oh, I don't know what it's supposed to output. Yes, docx, PowerPoint. Oh yeah, that was so open Excel. Thing to do with I don't fucking know. What is this? Well, that's fun. Wait, I don't think we ever clicked on this for uh API key. I don't want to. I'm afraid to do API anything else. That's fun, I guess. The fellowship. Not doing that right now. I don't even know what a cron expression is. Off the top of my head, I don't know if I've ever known. Anyway, done with that. Hopefully, well, not necessarily hopefully, but I wonder if I'll ever understand what any of this. Well, oh yeah, this doesn't work. That's what it doesn't work on. Very good. What's new? I could just ask ChatGPT, but that's just, I don't know. I'm afraid that it'll just be something that's just so complicated that I'm just trying to figure it out. And yes, this is all based off the fact that it has night interface. At least, yeah, here, we'll say. Renzo is not amused! Oh, what? I'm gonna turn right now. Fuck this fucking shit! Ugh. Baby bear farted again. This is the second time this week I've watched. But once you've watched, you just might as well finish the whole. I'm not. Not amused. We're just gonna continue watching the stat mechanics shit. Right now, fuck it. I tried doing coding. It's just too much for my brain to handle right now, I think. Oh my gosh. Woof. One viewer. Very good. Hello, Wadi TV. Welcome, welcome. Yes, yes. Um, this is what we're doing now.
Could you help me? Could you help me?
Perhaps, depending on what you need help with.
Linux. Linux.
Barely. I have a Raspberry Pi, and honestly, like most of I honestly wouldn't have really been able to do much. No, that's not true. I take it back. Pretty much, I use the AI a lot when it comes to the Raspberry Pi, but not just the AI. I wouldn't be able to go onto the Linux like terminal and just start doing shit off the top of my head. Definitely not. But I can follow along and I can like, I don't know. I like my Raspberry Pi.
I'm trying to use WSL Linux.
I don't even know
I'm
what
trying to use
WSL is.
WSL Linux.
What's that?
It's in Windows Start. Check the box. It's in Windows Start. Check the box.
Oh, okay. So like, is that like the Linux thing that you install into your Windows?
Yep.
You know, the reason I actually know that is because I was trying to mess around with Mojo the other day, and I was trying to do it on my Windows.
Subsystem for Linux.
Yeah,
Windows subsystem for Linux.
I've never used that. My experience with Linux is purely with the Raspberry Pi.
Quit degener with me. XD. Quit degener with me. XD.
On the Windows, I would, but I want my Windows. There's a reason why I just.
Yeah, it's on Windows.
Yeah,
It's on Windows.
I'm just not particularly fond of the idea of like having more stuff on my Windows computer. That's actually one of the reasons one of the main reasons I get use of the Raspberry Pi. However, I am interested. What are you trying to use Linux for?
Delete it with a single command. Delete it with a single command.
Well, what are you trying to do with it, if you don't mind my asking?
Provide and
Probably be careful about taking commands from people on the internet, but I don't get any bad vibes from you, buddy. I was just kind of thinking that in general. But
well, I want to function it, but I lost the able of knowledge how. Well, I want to use it function it.
I know that.
I lost the able of knowledge how to.
Know that. Want to use its. What do you want to use it to do, if you don't mind my asking? I need
It
to.
just lets you launch app Linux within your Windows desktop like any other Windows software app. It just lets you launch app Linux within your Windows desktop like any other Windows software app.
Okay. Got you. What type of apps are you trying to use, if you don't mind my asking?
Enter in other silly one. Enter in some other silly.
What's Mission Center? I've never heard of that.
Like for Linux. Like for Linux. The code is USL unregistered. The code is USL unregistered.
Well, you lost me on the last comment message. What do you mean by? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Got you. I'm doing this right now. But I am curious though. It's not often I get to find people who are trying to do things
Administrator. WSL list and press
like
enter
coding.
to see a list of your distribution. Distribution. Register. Replace with the list.
Oh, that's
and press enter.
it's too much entropy.
Distribution. Method 2. Prompt / open command. For PowerShell as an
I have to save room in my head for this.
WSL list and press enter to see a list of your installed distribution. Click distribution. Unregistered. Replace with the exact name.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Repeat for any other distribution. XD.
Oops.
XD.
You're fine. No worries, my friend. I appreciate you also being here. And you know, I appreciate the coding invite. And you know what I need to do? I need to figure out how I want to go about streaming my Raspberry Pi without doxing myself. Because my Raspberry Pi like little username thing or whatever has my real name in it. Whatever. I was trying to keep it simple. But maybe I'll go and make a point to change the like account name or whatever of my Raspberry Pi. Hopefully that won't fuck up a whole bunch of other stuff. But I'm still at a point where the things that I'm doing on my Pi are pretty elementary. I was actually streaming my Raspberry Pi a little bit until, yeah, I realized I was doxing myself. It's okay though. I wanted to stream going through a Qiskit tutorial type thing. But it's probably all for the best. I don't learn very well. At least at this point, I feel like I don't. When I'm trying to multitask streaming and learning at the same time. Which is what I'm kind of doing right now, but this is less of a cognitive load on my brain to handle. Plus, it's another, I get a whole third screen. That really helps. The Gates Master says yes. Number density. Hi, me. Okay. I'm not making okay than it be. Give him some medicine, boys. The non-interacting gas exerts on the by non it. Oh. You know what? I am just gonna be perfectly honest for the sake of just maybe it'll give my brain some peace of mind saying it out there. I am having so much anxiety over somebody stumbling on my stream and thinking to myself, what is this girl trying to prove? At this point, nothing. I'm just trying to, throw out content. But yeah, no, I'm insecure because I've been there. And I'll probably will be again. Maybe at some point in this stream, I don't know. Actually, it's probably happened a few times. Fluctuate in and out of it. But no, ultimately, I'm not trying to prove nothing. Maybe subconsciously sometimes, but that's the big distraction, right? I'm saying that, so maybe that distraction minimized. Thank you, Wad. I appreciate your response. Actually, that was validating. But we must always remember, never forget, motivation over validation. Uh-oh, my Raspberry Pi had fallen on the floor. Yeah, after my grad school incident didn't work out the way I had wanted, I craved validation, and then somebody told me motivation over validation. And then it was brought to my attention that actually craving validation is a that's an ingredient for the recipe of becoming a covert narcissist. And I feel like most of us are, given the proper circumstances, could accidentally turn into a narcissist somehow. I don't know. And I don't want to turn into a narcissist.
Oh snaps, I'm stupid, lol. Oh snaps, I'm stupid, lol.
It's okay, I'm mediocre at best. There's a lot of people who'd say the moral thing to do would just to be to give up and go be a secretary.
Face.
What'd you figure out? Oh, the thing you were trying to figure out? I know, right? My thing I have to be careful about when I'm coding is not, especially when I'm high, is not going and doing a whole bunch of like stupid shit and installing a whole bunch of stupid shit and then like forgetting about it. Ah, excuse me. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. What is the LOTR in the background? Is that too loud? Hope I don't get copyright shit. YouTube probably won't let me keep this posted on it, but honestly, I don't want this to be on YouTube. At least not as a video on my channel after the anyway, what was I doing? Did I actually? Okay, then. Sure. There we go.
Was doing pseudo Pac-Man F. Was doing pseudo Pac-Man F.
What's that?
Already root, so I was getting an error with pseudo. But I was already root, so I was getting an error with pseudo.
Oh, that sort of
LOL.
thing.
Pseudo wasn't even needed. LOL. Pseudo wasn't even needed.
You know, you have to be careful with pseudo, but yeah, it seems like nothing works though without it.
Pseudo forces admin privilege.
Yeah,
Forces
yeah.
admin privilege.
Let me see if I can't find it. I have actually a really cool like little Python cheat sheet printout thing. Not Python. Oh, it's actually a Raspberry Pi thing, but a lot of it is just Linux based stuff. But ooh, I think I know where it is. Maybe I don't have it in here actually. Oh.
Linux software on my Windows PC. But yeah, now
Nice.
I can run Linux software on my Windows.
Huzzah! What's the Pac-Man thing do? Where? I can't think of where it would
Pac-Man
be
is
off
the
the top of my
install
head.
code for the Desro I chose, which is RGL. For the Desro I chose, which is RGL.
That's a Desro. Uh,
Distro asterisk. Distro asterisk.
what's Destro?
Distribution.
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 Actually, I said distribution as if I understand exactly what that even means. What does that mean? I said, oh yes, of course. Wait a minute, what?
Operating systems difficult. Operating systems difficult.
Got you. Um,
Playing game. Grab tab page helps support the stream and earns you points for rewards.
everyone ignore that.
Check
I
it
need
out
to
backhand
disable
index
that.
pointing
I
right.
must have been high when I did that.
Playing games from
See,
my Grab tab page helps support the stream and earns you points for rewards.
that's exactly
Check it
why you
out
got to be
backhand index
careful about
pointing
that
right.
sort of thing. You'll go and you'll set up things like chat bots that embarrass you. Um, oh yeah, I just wanted to see,
Welcome to lecture VR. So that's what we will use. There is a small mistake, but being PV equal KBT. Now lowercase n is uppercase n divided by volume. So we can just plug that in and end up with an equation for the mean free path as a function of temperature, pressure, and also sigma.
be careful differentiating / integrating. That by a certain factor. What the fuck? Sometimes I just like, what? Why can't I? Oh,
Which Linux is your Pi? Which Linux is your Pi?
Shizcord? Why is it called Welcome to Shizcord? Oh, okay. I don't even know. What Linux is your Pi? I think the right way to say it is Debian. Does that sound right? Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Oh nice. Oh nice.
Stove temperature is fixed.
Was outside smoking empty. Was outside smoking.
Oh, okay.
Debian is cool. Debian is cool.
And constant T means no, it doesn't necessarily mean. Hold on, y'all. You actually want to see what I want? I have this up in a link right now. So I'm gonna take this as a sign from the universe to share it. This is what I was lusting over earlier today. Is Debian is cool. Honestly, it's my only experience with Linux, so don't really know. I'm enjoying it. But the main reason I'm enjoying it is because as somebody who really has no idea what they're doing, when I have like the internet and the AI holding my hand, things seem to work pretty well. They're intuitive. I wish it was prettier. I wish and maybe there is a way to customize it, make it super pretty the way I want. I just haven't figured that out yet. But I have done a few I guess just like wipes of my SD card and reinstalled the whole entire image file that has the Debian and Raspberry Pi, I guess, OS system.
$76.95. $76.95. XD. XD.
Wait, is that the one that I want? $76. Oh, the Raspberry Pi 5, you mean?
Dude, I thought the thing I was looking at, like $50. AI Hat Plus. I look sexy. $130. That's not going to happen anytime. That's okay. Because I have enough things to keep preoccupied in the meantime. Honestly, I don't even know if it's something that I would really. I almost want to get out my Raspberry Pi like stuff that I
Renzo
do
is up to
have.
her shit again.
I am
Renzo is
collared.
up to her shit again.
Hey, how are you? How goes thee? You caught me. My teeth are bothering me, y'all. I just wanted to be real. I suddenly
good.
had anxiety or
good.
insecurity about it.
Just chilling. Chilling.
I owe the dentist a lot of money and I really need to get my teeth looked at. And my teeth are something that I think about at
What is
least once
life?
a day and stress
I
about.
haven't been here in a while. What is life? I haven't been here in a while.
Well,
Playing
you know,
games from Grab Tap page helps support the stream and earns you points for
ignore
rewards.
that.
Check it out, backhand index point right. Playing games from Grab Tap page helps support the stream and earns you points for rewards.
No, it doesn't. If
Check
you
it
want to
out,
support the
backhand index
stream,
pointing right.
honestly, you just being here supports the stream. Thank you. But that is, don't waste your time on my account on that. I guess I accidentally activated some chat bot setting or something. Aha. All right. Uh-oh. My pen died. Well, gosh dang it. Trying to think, is there any reason why I wouldn't want to do this? Probably. What am I gonna do while my thing is charging? I don't know. Quantum computer. Go and we could all together. Where does the classical and the classical bits come from? Oh, oops.
What is this called? Quantum Country? I love this. Tree. I am no tree. I am an empty. What? I I am on nobody's side. Cause nobody's on my side. Little orc. Nobody cares for the woods anymore. Hobbits. Ever heard of a hobbit before? How many dimensions does the state space of a qubit have? State of a qubit is a two-dimensional vector. What are 3 types of physical systems that could potentially for a qubit? A neutral atom. I only know that because that's fresh in my mind. I don't know. But off the top of my head. I don't know. It's electron, photon, atom. Oh. Yeah, I'll review. Y'all, let's look at this really fast. Well, hold on. Before we move on to that. Whoops. He's so funny.
Oh yeah, I can't see it. Also assume that is constant, and then what was the last thing we wanted to do? Dude, there we go. Oops. Okay. Hey. Hey. um, decreasing factor. Now we're gonna look at a summary. Oh, finally. Go summary, and then we're gonna look at uh,
Okay, so what we find from this equation there is that if you increase the pressure inside a volume, or a given volume of gas, the mean free path is going to go down, which is not really surprising. Uh, Increasing the pressure means you're increasing the probability that two particles will collide. And of course, same thing for sigma. If you increase the cross section, that means that there is a
Oh yeah, that's really loud for y'all to listen to, isn't it? Gosh dang it.
gas molecule will collide, and therefore the length, the distance that the particle needs to travel will be lower. So another way to look at this is to keep in mind this idea of the cylinder I showed you with that has a base sigma and a length and height. V delta t, if sigma increases, uh, uh, the length of the cylinder, if you will, can get smaller for a given volume. That's the reason why we have this here. Now, be careful about what you say about temperature here. Temperature is on the temperature is on the numerator, but pressure also depends on temperature. So we have to be careful about how to make a conclusion about change in temperature will have changes in in the mean free path, because we have to be careful how pressure changes too. Okay, so to summarize this here. Um, we conclude this kinetic theory of gas, description of kinetic theory of gas, which were applications of the Maxwell-Boltzmann equation, and which allowed us to calculate the pressure and find that we have a match with the ideal gas law. But we can also apply this understanding to calculate the collisions, because collisions is the main mechanism uh, of, 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 of gas to know that there are other gas molecules around. So we found the mean scattering time, which is the average time between two collisions. And then we also calculated the mean free path. So we calculate all this, and then we realize that the all the calculations and description we've done were based off the fact that a particle is moving among other particles that are frozen. And then we found that by doing this, allowed us to do calculations, yes, but there was a systematic error due to the fact that other particles are moving as well. So the actual expectation value of velocity we need to use is the relative the relative velocity, expectation relative velocity. And so the reason why what we use is the expectation value of VR instead of the expectation value of V. And this concludes this screencast. We are going to move ahead with the next screencast, which will be on the next topic of our adventures in thermodynamics. And thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you so much, Jay, for letting me know. Gosh. It's just terrible. Well, sometimes the stream's just slow, but yeah, no. Thank you so much, by the way, for letting me know. There we go. Okay, very good. Woo! Welcome to the stream. And again, I really do appreciate you letting me know. I know, right? How are you, CJ? I can't believe that was all muted. Damn it. That was some good shit. I was reading this out loud pretty much. Very good. Same, I guess. Yeah. Got a lot going on, but I guess things are all right for the moment. A lot of stuff that needs to be done. Well, that's what happens when you're muted. But I appreciate that. Not quite. But you want to know something? I was actually reading from the link I sent. I just posted. But it was very relevant. Pretty much just describing, I guess, like the effect of the fear of being judged for failure, for getting things wrong. But really getting things wrong is a great way to learn. And actually, I guess one of the reasons why I haven't been streaming, my self-study stuff as much is because, yeah, I just Hawthorne effect. I don't feel like being judged. But today I just don't care. I'm trying to I don't know. I'm getting to a point where, well, I'm judged not just of people being like, what is she trying to prove? But also judged for wait, what was the other one? Just making mistakes, being an idiot. Those two things. I was aware of those two things, and it was causing me to. It wasn't productive, and it just and if I am gonna stream myself self-studying and I'm not learning anything because I'm stressed out about being judged, which is only gonna give me more anxiety about being judged for not learning anything while trying to self-study. It's like it spirals. But again, yeah, no, I'm trying to get to a point where maybe I don't care. Not so much trying to get to a point. We'll see what happens. Right now, I'm okay. Right now, I don't give a fuck. And reading this really just reinforced that. Thank you. Yeah. Took me a while to figure that out. I kept trying to stream myself, doing this stuff. Not so much figure it out, but just admit defeat. When I say defeat, I mean just kind of take that off the table for a while. I tried to code earlier, but I was kind of doxing myself on the process, and I was just like, oh, oops. I need to figure out how to hide that information when I stream. And then B, exactly what I just described. So. Honestly, any silent judging viewers can go to hell. I mean, not really, but like, you know what I mean. If you're silently judging somebody while they're streaming, cleaning their room, and you can't appreciate how awesome that is, then like, I think that person's probably mentally ill. We just gotta remember that. Anybody watching us, judging us for what we're trying to do, they're the ones who are mentally ill. I know, right? Collard Green's still here. I appreciate you still being here, Collards. I appreciate the lurk. I really do. In spite of the muted period of time. Very good. Yes. And if y'all didn't notice, I got my little web frame thing back up and running with OBS. You know what? It's character building when you can, as long as you can get past, you know, the fact that your brain doesn't, if your brain can get past it, it's character building. Ignore that, y'all. That's not important. Ignore that, please. Not important. Plane is a real vector space, not a complex vector space, still visualizing as a plane is sometimes a handy way of thinking. What I've said is a quantum state. What I've said what a quantum state is as a mathematical object is a two-dimensional vector space, vector in a complex vector space. Blech. 2D complex vector space. It's actually a Hilbert space. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves there. There we go. I've said what a quantum state is. Blah, 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 blah. Why is that true? What does it mean physically? That it's a vector. Why a complex vector space, and how should we think about the complex numbers? And what's a quantum state good for anyway? You're the second person tonight to mention arc raiders. What is this arc raiders? These are good questions, but they take some time to answer. For context, consider the discovery of quantum mechanics wasn't a single event, but occurred over 25 years of work from 1900 to 1925. Many Nobel Prizes were won for milestones along the way. That includes Albert Einstein's Nobel Prize, won primarily for the work related to quantum mechanics, not relativity, as some people assume. Oh, just came out? Extraction shooter, what is that? I wonder if that's the game my boyfriend's been playing. He's been like really into what sometimes he gets a video game and he gets, I wonder if that's the video game. I'll have to ask and I'll come across sophisticated. And some of the brightest people in the world struggle to develop a theory. It's not an obvious theory. In fact, the idea of describing a simple quantum system using complex vector in 2 dimensions summarizes much of what we've learned over 25 years. In that sense, it's quite simple. It's quite a simple and beautiful statement. But it's not an obvious statement, and it's not unreasonable that it might take a few hours to understand. That's better than 25 years to understand. Whatever you die on, you should know what I do think that this is the game. Pretty sure this is the game. I know. Us. I mean, it happens sometimes. It does. But, you know. We'll see what happens. A part of that journey towards understanding. As a part of that journey towards understanding, let's get familiar with some more nomenclature commonly used for quantum states. One most common terms of superpositions, people will say a state like 0.60 ket plus 0.81 ket is a superposition of 0 and 1 kets. All they mean is the state is in a linear combination of the blah 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 blah. They wonder why they don't just say linear combination, and sometimes they do, but the reason is pretty much the same reason English speakers say hello while Spanish speakers say hola. The two terms come out of different cultures and different histories. Another common term is amplitude, and amplitude is the coefficient for the particular state in a superposition. For example, the state, okay, I'm gonna write that down though really fast. What? Leave now and never back. Leave now and never come back. And never come back. We've learned that quantum state is a two-dimensional complex vector. Actually, it can't be just any odd vector. In fact, you might have guessed from very particular amplitudes in some of the examples above. There's a constraint, yes. The sum of the squares of the amplitudes must be equal to 1. Very good. Oh, thank you. Very good, yes. Sometimes you just got to. Can't. Yada, 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 you know what I mean? Babe, and like that. Actually, I'm gonna use. Actually, I'll just write it like this. What's Asian? Potatoes. Boil 'em, boil 'em, boil 'em, boil 'em, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Oh, yes, we could. Boy, fish, raw, keep nasty chips. Quantum state of a qubit is a vector of unit length in a two-dimensional complex space known as space. Very good. Oh. Okay. Anyway, excuse me. I don't know why I just said excuse me. We've gone through a few refinements of this sentence, but the sentence is a final version. There's no missing parts or further refinement necessary. I do like that sentence. You know what? I'm gonna write that sentence out. No, I'm really trying to just cut out copying stuff down word for word, writing it all in my own words. So A, that way it sticks in your memory better. But also B, that way I can go back in my notes and just like write it all out word for word from my notes if I want and not have to worry about accidentally plagiarizing. If I ever get a blog going, we'll see though. For some reason I insist on like coding it all up myself, or at least having the repository all done myself. I don't want to make it on WordPress and pay $5 million for their fucking shit. I'll just do it myself. I don't know how much of it or how much of that is in vain though. Whatever. Anyway, I also have a bit of an addiction to like front end stuff, like making things look pretty. But I have no idea what I'm doing, and I do not feel I'm not putting in the time and energy I would need put in order to be. I don't know, I'm not doing that. I'm not changing my entire identity, become a front end developer, especially in this or rather phase of the not industrial, this phase of humanity. I was gonna say the Industrial Revolution, like the information revolution. Oh no. Well, you know, it's been difficult trying to find work that makes me feel fulfilled without doing that. Or rather, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to like tune my skills or like what energy I'm putting into it without, having to just drop everything. We'll see what happens though. I'm just saying, it's just more of the same. I'm not trying to go into it. If I have to listen to myself for one more second talking about it's pretty much my insecurities with being unemployed, I just, I really can't listen to it anymore. And I'm trying to listen to my streams. I'm not going to listen to this one. There's too much cringe stuff in this one. Not doing it to myself. But I am trying to watch at least my Finding Nico streams, edit them. And I'm just really sick. Here's the thing. I know I'm really good at detecting when my insecurities are manifesting themselves. And it extra bothers me. I know what I'm doing. And God bless me at the time. I don't realize it. My intentions are good, but yeah, when I'm watching it, I'm just like, oof. So kind of cringe. But whatever, it's just part of being a human, I guess. But it's just I gotta watch it. Probably good. It'll probably decrease the amount that I do it. Whatever. But I don't know if y'all know Elfsar, but I was watching his stream the other night, and the take-home message of that stream is nobody cares. And like that right there is what gives me peace of mind at the end of the day. And anybody who really does care, no, that's mentally ill. People are too busy thinking about themselves. Which again really gives me peace. There are no missing parts or further refinement necessary. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna rewrite that. The on date of it a vector of it in a complex vector space I guess this is just kind of the way I just kind of think. I can't help but I don't it's difficult for me to balance between like being like, "Oh, I only care about so and so's opinion." But then also like being like, "Wait a minute. If I'm going and picking choosing whose opinions I care about, isn't that biased? Then I'm not going to I'm naturally going to care less about the people's opinions who don't like me, right?" So but what if their opinion is warranted? But then I agree though. I see what you're saying, Z. Like you can't go around caring about that, right? And it's just whenever I get in that mindset, I make an ass of myself. So balance. Something I can struggle with, balance. In a 2D vector space, both space, or we'll just say known as its say quantum country. Oh no, my pen died again. I've been streaming. I've been streaming a while tonight. Three minutes and 34 seconds. Occasional accidents, very good. I remember it took me a while to figure that one out. Yes. Because of commutative property. Very good. What is the state, blah 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 blah, and conventional component vector notation? Do this. Oh yeah, my pen is charging. And again, I'm looking at this. For anybody who's interested. Excuse me. All right. I called it an app. It's like a blog app thing. If I had money, this is something I would support on Patreon for sure. This deserves some Patreon support. A scout. Excuse me. That was. There it is. Can y'all hear the Lord of the Rings at all? I'm just curious. Probably better if you can. So what is it? In conventional component vector notation. Here, we'll do it like this. I have Lord of the Rings on in the background, and it's actually quite loud. Wow, that makes sense. Okay. Very good. And also, I have to remember, nobody cares at the end of the day. And if they do, wrong with them, and they need to stop being creepy. The wargs are coming. The warg riders. Legolas flipped onto the horse. Practice problem. Which is going to be equal to 1 over square root of 2. Of course. I'll do that right now. That is an excellent idea. It's a fantastic idea. Done and done. Thank you, okay, for that fantastic suggestion / request. Doopity boop boop. Excuse me. Making weird noises does help me focus, though. Gone. All right, let's see if we got this right. Oh, hold on. Box and ship our answer. What failed to be recognized? Fine. No, I was gonna write it like this, but then I decided not to because fuck them. Fuck all that shit. It's the same thing, y'all. See, look, there's my brain getting upset. Just, it's judging itself. Shut up, ego. Get the fuck out of here. As if. Yay. Write the following vector in ket notation. All right, I can do that. I can do that, bitches. I know, right? Or I know that because ice cream's amazing. And you don't have to worry about it burning your tongue. However, I guess you do have to worry about a brain freeze sometimes.
Now let's do the other way around. So we have this. Yay! That is going to equal 0.7 croquette plus 0.3 ket. Yay! Was the amplitude for the one state in the ket 0.3? The superposition of states that is the same as a linear combination. Yes. What does it mean to say that a vector is normalized? It has unit length. What do we call the two-dimensional vector space where the state of a qubit lives? State space. What does the quantum state mean? Why is it a vector in a complex vector space? My own conclusion today is there is no interpretation of quantum mechanics that does not have serious flaws. This view is not universally shared. Indeed, many physicists are satisfied with their own interpretations of quantum mechanics, but different physicists are satisfied with different interpretations. Yes. Let's come back to the question of what a quantum state means. Why it's a vector in a complex vector space. In the case of classical bits, it's pretty easy to think about the state. Why it's a vector in in 1 or 0, 1 as states of a bit as corresponding to two very different but stable states of a physical system. For instance, 1 or 0 can be indicated by the presence of an absence of a hole at some location in a punch card. And a single punch card can be used to store hundreds or thousands of bits. Ah, good. Most ways of storing classical bits are variations on this idea. For instance, the dynamic random access memory, RAM, inside your computer is based on the idea of having two tiny metal plates separated by a minuscule gap. Metal. Sounds like a capacitor. Electric charge is stored on those plates, setting up an electric field between them. 0 and 1 states of the bit correspond to two different configurations of charge on the plates. In fact, real dynamic RAM systems use slightly more elaborate ideas, but that's the heart of it. This is harder to think about than punch cards. Most of us don't have so much experience thinking about moving electric charges around metal plates, but it's pretty concrete. So how could we think about quantum states? The 0 and 1 states often aren't difficult to think about, since they often correspond to very concrete physical states of the world, much like classical bits. Indeed, in some proposals, they may correspond to different charge configurations similar to dynamic RAM. Some proposals they may correspond to different charge, blah, 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 blah. Or perhaps a photon being in one of two different locations in space. Again, pretty simple, concrete notion, even if photons aren't that familiar. There are many more exotic proposals for the 0 and 1 states, but by and large, you can think of the computational basis states representing a physical system in one of two well-defined configurations. Of course, the qubits have states which aren't computational basis, like 0.6, 0, and 0.1. How should we think about such superposition states, at least in popular media accounts? Very common description that the state is that a state like this is simultaneous to a state, one state. I must confess I don't understand what people mean by this. As far as I can tell, what they're trying to do is explain the quantum state in terms of classical concepts they're already guilty.
but I can't make much sense of saying 0.6 and 0.8 is simultaneous 0 and 1, like world salad. Makes me, but okay. And makes much about as much sense to me as Lewis Carroll's nonsense poem Jabberwocky. Okay. Of course, lacking any other interpretation, it's tempting to try and impose our classical prejudices on the quantum state. Or even if you reject that, to get hung up on worrying about what a quantum state is. But the trouble is that there is enormous disagreement among physicists themselves about how to think about the quantum state. Indeed, many active researchers are trying to understand what the correct way of thinking about the quantum state is, exploring multiple approaches in great depth. So we're going to defer worrying much about this until. To understand why we're deferring, suppose someone gives you a Rubik's Cube or some other challenging puzzle or game for the first time, all scrambled up. Start to theorize about the best ways of solving it, how to understand it, and so on, but you never actually play around with it, getting familiar with how it behaves. Often the best way to understand something, first use it. Get comfortable to play a lot and to do a lot of informal experiments. Experiments. As you build familiarity, you understand why things are the way they are. At, at that point, you can go back and better understand the meaning of the basics. Well, we can think of quantum computing and quantum mechanics as an especially complicated type of puzzle. Oh boy. So the strategy we're taking is to start with the mathematics of quantum computing. We'll keep getting familiar with qubits and the quantum state and developing the consequences. Doing that is how we build up intuition. And will first give us the chops needed to come back and think harder about the meaning of. So the take-home message. Message. And the take-home message here is it is in order understand what a quantum state is, we need to do another word for this. And whatever. All right. And all a qubit is a unit length, two-dimensional, complex valued vector. Introducing quantum logic gates, y'all. Good stuff, y'all. I like what we did here. I like where I've ended up here. I think that since we just finished reading part 1, to pause here. I've already, whatever. We're going to pause here and I'm going, how do I want to do this? Think. What day would be best to do? Stream another one of these. Because I have my Pokemon pack Tuesdays. I only have one more Pokemon pack right now. Maybe I could make this Pokemon pack Tuesday for right now. What do you think, CJ? After the next Pokemon pack Tuesday? I think that would be the best option. Be the most responsible one financially. And any donations will go towards Pokemon cards. Let's. I think this is fantastic. I'm quite. Pretty much. I'm almost out of Pokemon cards to open on Pokemon Pack Tuesday. So maybe for at least the time being, while I, figure shit out so we can get more Pokemon cards, I could keep doing this quantum thing. I think I should. It's I realize it's not as exciting as Pokemon, but maybe I can think of something else. Make it less. I do like how this is good too, also. Yes, very good. Ooh. What I think I'm gonna do for right now, for the rest of the stream, I'm gonna get on my Switch and try and do some Switch stuff. Just try and chill out. First, let me just. Elijah Wood crashes Hobbit in. Oh, I love that. I feel like Elijah Wood, he's a good guy. I had the biggest crush on Frodo. I was in love with Frodo. And then I saw Hayden Christensen. Never looked back. Quantum computing for the very curious. What is this? What about that? Yeah? How could you not? How could you not? Yeah, I'd marry him pretty quickly. Especially with that Hobbit hair. But back in the day, I don't know. All right. So let me really fast. Have you ever seen Wilfred? I love him in Wilfred. I think he's hilarious. And he's also in that I was actually just thinking about this video. He's in the Lonely Island video. Threw it on the ground. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. How did they get it? What do you have to do to get Elijah Wood? How do I enter that contest? How do I enter that contest? I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar. I mean, actually, it kind of does, but actually, I don't even know. I could Google it while I have it out. What is this? Oh, of course, very good. Oh, duh. Yeah, no, I don't know. Oh, it's a TV series. Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely don't know. What's it on? Honestly, lately I'm just been watching this stuff. Uh-oh. Gotcha. I probably would. Uh, All I have right now is HBO uh Go. Huh. Sorry, excuse me. I've got sucked into a web page. Oh yeah, I heard. Um, it's not gonna cost money, is it? Yeah, my sister's describing it to me the other day, but I only vaguely followed along. Would you like many viewers? No, thank you. Awesome.
figure out the. So I got distracted again. I'll end